أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. Your Excellency, the President of Uganda, Vice President, the Prime Minister, Chief Justice, protocol observes, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name, Sheikh Hamid Sirwadda Chewalyanga Abusungu, Regional Council of Kampala, here representing His Eminence, the Mufti of Uganda, Sheikh Shaban Ramadan Mubaje, who have not been able to be present due to religious engagement. Your Excellency, we pray that you accept his apology. Your Excellency, it gives me a lot of pleasure to be here attending the International Labour Day celebration. I'm equally delighted to congratulate the workers on their day. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in the Holy Quran, Surah Al-Mulk 67:15 says that it is He who made the earth manageable for us, so we walk through it and we enjoy its sustenance, which He gives us, but knowing that into Him is the resurrection. In that verse, Allah emphasized the importance of working to the extent that one should eat only that he has worked for. Allah goes further to show us the significance of working. In Surah Al-Jumu'ah 67:15 says that when the prayer is finished, then you may disperse through the world or the land and seek the bounty of Allah and celebrate the praises of Allah so that you may prosper. Also, the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wasallam in one hadith said thus, Prophet Dawood alayhi salam, and from his enterprises, meaning that he was a worker. Also, Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam appealed to us to always work and avoid begging. The above revelation clearly shows that so that Allah cherishes work. Your Excellency, it is important that the workforce, which nationally is exhibiting valuable standard of performance, is appreciated, as it is a core principle to national development and prosperity. This day, Your Excellency reminds us all workers realize the development, experience work challenges, and become a basis to plan for new innovation to gap such challenges. Your Excellency, it is a national call to the workers and employers to enforce standard moral practices at the employment stations to enforce national growth. Your Excellency, it is critically vital to thank you as the President of the Republic of Uganda for your steady improvement on the salary remuneration of the government workers, although it needs some improvement. It is a national religious concern, Your Excellency, to remind all employers to provide equitable standards treatment to employ workers for social justice social justice of labor, peace, unity, and work, and further to desist from discrimination of employment, sexual harassment in employment, employment of children or children trafficking, unfair suspension and unfair termination, corruption in all forms. Your Excellency, the Eminence Mufti of Uganda is humbled to thank you once again for the privileged conducive environment that has enabled the ongoing development in terms of infrastructure, technological innovation, economic, security, education enhancement, and so on. Your Excellency, lastly, I request you and all the gathering to join me to raise our hands to the Almighty Allah, seek for absolute moral solution to crisis of corruption, greed, exploitation, and above all, investment in education process that give attention to the development both the intellectual and spiritual power in human being, inshallah. ربنا تقبل منا إنك أنت السميع العليم وتب إلينا يا مولانا إنك أنت التواب الرحيم. اللهم اجعل جمعنا هذا جمعا مرحوما وتفرقنا من بعده تفرقا معصوما برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. I wish all the workers prosperous celebration, and also I wish all the Muslim community and the nation at large prosperous Eid al-Fitr. تقبل الله منا ومنكم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you so much. I then request that we put our hands together for the Sheikh Serwada for the wonderful prayer he has given. Your Excellency, it's now time for march past in slow and quick time. Parade Commander.
Your Excellency, sir, the parade will be led by Parade Commander Colonel A. Ekolot, the Parade 2IC, Lieutenant Colonel M. Opel, Parade Adjutant Major H.B. Kaganda, Parade RCM Captain J. Kamanyoza, and Parade Admin Warrant Officer 1 Nsoboga.
Distinguished guests, we are reminded to stand up when the color are approaching the saluting base. Thank you very much, Parade Commander. Can we put our hands together for the parade? Thank you. Your Excellency, Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development has packaged the theme for today in a song to be presented by Winterland Primary School. May I invite Winterland Primary School to make that presentation. Meanwhile, they are coming. I request the Co-Assistant Director of Ceremonies, Claire, Senior Superintendent of Police, to be making recognitions. Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, sir, the President of the Republic of Uganda, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, we would like to appreciate you celebrating International Day with us. And today we have the following persons who are celebrating with us. Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament of Uganda, His Lordship, the Chief Justice, Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, Right Honorable Prime Minister, Right Honorable First Deputy Prime Minister, Honorable Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development, Cabinet Ministers present, Honorable Members of Parliament present, religious leaders, cultural leaders, permanent secretaries. In addition, sir, allow me recognize the diplomatic corps. We have the Dean of the Diplomatic Corps, the Ambassador of Eritrea, the High Commissioner of South Africa, Ambassador of Libya, Ambassador of Japan, Ambassador of Algeria, High Commissioner of Rwanda, the UN Resident Coordinator, the Charge d'Affaires of Equatorial Guinea, the Charge d'Affaires of the Democratic Republic of Congo, the Embassy of Turkey, Charge d'Affaires of Kenya, Ambassador of Cuba, the Honorary Council of Australia, and the UN Women Country Representative. You are most welcome.
But some people annoy me. Instead of working for the prosperity of their country, they are just seated, waiting for the government to give them. Government ekuyambe. Akwana wegowa. Government ekuyambe. Naye gojambe otya. Some people have made COVID-19 and please, anti-human is a demonstration. Let us government money. The government has come back on the ground to start up a firm foundation for the economic life. Leave alone the political hearsay and political propaganda, because it will lead us to political government
Can we put our hands together for these young workers? Thank you very much. The message is crystal clear. The theme is about the parish model, and work is a combination of knowledge, attitude, and skills, clearly demonstrated. Your Excellency, permission to go to the next segment of speeches, and at this juncture, I wish to invite Mr. Filbert Baguma, the Secretary General of the Teachers Union, to usher in the next two speakers, Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, first of all, we thank you very much for honoring this International Labor Day celebrations as a chief worker. Your Excellency, the workers here in this country are organized under two national centers. We have NOTU and we have COFTU. And all the leaders are here, and allow me to introduce the leaders of the two centers. NOTU National Chairman, Mr. Asha Owere Wilson, is here with us. And he has come with the Secretary General of NOTU, Brother Honorable Peter Werike, who is at the same time the Member of Parliament for Buburo in the 11th Parliament. We have the Chairman General for COFTU, Brother Okecho, is here with us, Seil, representing COFTU Center. We also have the employers. The employers are here with us, celebrating the International Labor Day, and they are led by the chairperson of the Federation of Uganda Employers, and this is none other than Engineer Dr. Silva Mugisha. He's here with us. And he has come with a team. The Vice Chairperson, Madam Annette Nakawunde Murindwa, is also here with us. They have also come with the Executive Director, Mr. Douglas Opio, and the Governing Council member, who is also the Managing Director, National Social Security Fund, Mr. Richard Dibiarogova, is also here with us. Your Excellency, we also have the Industrial Court here with us, and we have the Chief Judge, Honorable Ruhinda Asaf Ntenje, here with us. We also have the Judge of the Industrial Court, Honorable Linda Lilian Tumusime. And Your Excellency, here with us, we also have panelists of the Industrial Court. Among the workers, Your Excellency, we have two members of the Central Executive Committee of NRM, and that is Brother Tweheyo James, who is the National Chairperson, Workers' League, and at the same time, a member of SEC. We also have Sister and Honorable Lydia Wanyoto, who is the National Women Leader in NRM, but also she is a trustee of Uganda Scientist Research and Allied Workers Union, and a member of SEC. We also have the ILO office, Kampala. We have Mr. Opio Stephen, who is the officer in charge of Kampala office, We also have Ms. Jackie Banya, who is the National Program Coordinator, also focal point person for ILO constituencies in Uganda. She is here with us. We have employers in different categories, and we have the employees who are represented by the general secretaries of different unions in this country. Here with us, we have 46 general secretaries representing the labor unions in this country. Your Excellency, allow me to invite the first presenter, and this is none other than Mr. Brother Owere Asha Wilson, to come and give the views of the workers. Brother Owere, you are welcome. And as he comes, as I had already mentioned, we have general secretaries here with us. We have Brother Mbabas Joseph. We have Brother Mwamra Juma. We have Brother Mauku Modes, Brother Oprong John, Brother Pito Bendo Ali, Brother Benon Baguma. We have Brother Erima Jackson. They are here with us.
Thank you very much, Brother Baguma, the General Secretary of Uganda Teachers Union, and our MC today. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. First of all, I'm going to go through the protocol. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, Your Excellency, His Excellency President Yoweri Museveni, I understand the Vice President is not here. She's around. 1,000 apologies. Your Excellency, the Vice President, the Right Honorable, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, Your Lordship, the Chief Justice, Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Ministers present, Members of Parliament, religious leaders present, leaders of Federation of Uganda Employers, my fellow leaders of NOTU and COFTU, and other dignified workers, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, before I speak, may I request my counterpart of COFTU to come and stand behind me. Your Excellency, the President, my speech today is a very modified speech. It is a speech of action. It's no longer lamentation, but it's a speech that is going to help me, the country, and you to implement issues that are affecting workers. But before I start, Your Excellency, let me first I wish to begin by special thanks to you, Your Excellency, President of the Republic of Uganda, for the following reasons. As a leader, you have championed peace not only in Uganda, but across borders. And this has given a chance. Your Excellency, allow me to remove this mask because my voice is not coming out properly, since I'm very far from others. This has given Uganda a chance to explore potential in the areas of trade and offering labor services to the neighboring countries which are peaceful. Your Excellency, live example is Southern Sudan, Somalia, and Congo. There are many Ugandans working in these countries because of peace and your initiative. Recently, Your Excellency, you put your signature on NSS Amendment Bill, which turned into law. Your Excellency, I can tell you with a smile on my face, this is a great gift you gave to the workers. After being ravaged by COVID-19, workers are now getting their money and life is becoming smoother. There are just few things which we are trying to work out with the Attorney General and the Minister of Gender. There was a rider which was put there that to access this money you must have contributed 120 days, which was not in our dream. So this one we are handling it. All these leaders, the Attorney General, the Minister of Gender, and even the Deputy Speaker who are talking this morning, we have agreed we are going to sort out that. And your dream will come true, and this is a legacy that the workers of Uganda now regard you as a friend, and you now value the workers. And I want to thank you so much, Your Excellency. I'm also happy to inform you that most of the people who are taking this money are investing in small businesses, which means very soon we shall have an economy with the increasing number of Ugandan investors, which will, in a long run, lead to a lot of returns to our country. The people who are telling you that this was going to affect the economy, we want to actually, and I want to thank you so much. Can you Ugandans clap for His Excellency the President? Because you took a bold decision. I remember when you raised your hand in front of us in State House and said, this will not make Uganda collapse. Go and implement. Your Excellency, the workers of Uganda have sent me to thank you so much. However, there is a small challenge with midterm access benefit, which I have explained, that we want to correct it. When you have clocked 45 years, you have saved for 10 years, you get your 20%. This rider which was put there, that Manya, you have 120 contribution, we are going to null and avoid it. Your Excellency, I just want to run straight to issue of creating jobs. Because between me and you, we have understood each other. And today, I've identified the people who can help this country to create more jobs. As NOTU, we support the rapid industrialization of Uganda. The private sector should lead the industrialization of Uganda because private sector is more result-oriented, and hence, when the government supports the private sector, it gets more value for money. Seeing and believing. Recently, Your Excellency, I visited one of the factories by a Ugandan, indigenous Ugandan, metal buses industry. They are in Namamve. Metal is a dynamic, decisive, a man of action, result-oriented. He has fabricated buses for Uganda prisons services, national medical stores, Uganda Virus Institute, mentioned but few. In metal, I can see the future of Uganda. Me as a workers' leader, I'm proud and I associate myself with the metal bus industry because this is a Ugandan and we must request Minister of Finance to buy buses from him. If they can buy about 200 buses, this can create about 5,000 jobs, Your Excellency. We are now thinking of other people. We are giving investors land, money, and so on. But people we have identified like this man, I strongly stand with him. And Your Excellency, I want us to support our own so that we create more jobs. Instruct the government in ministries and departments. This will help Metu. If they can buy buses from this gentleman, we hope to create 5,000 jobs in Uganda. I understand they have even signed some agreement with the KCCA and so on. We need to identify such people, Ugandans, indigenous investors, who can create our own jobs. Buy buses from Metu. If this is supported, it has potential to create about 5,000, even more. Ugandan, we need to look far. Meto is the Elon Musk of Uganda. Let us support him, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, on the issue of industrials, we the workers would like to see, as workers, we are so happy for the promises that you have been giving to the workers. But there's something which, after this speech, I would like your 3 minutes with you, because I don't want to mention it here. Today is my day. So I don't want your protocol people to tell me that, no, you are busy. Give us this day. I only ask for 5 minutes. And I want to tell you what we can help both of us to develop this country. Your Excellency, I'm happy to inform you that not now we have a home. As I talk to you, we have a home. And I want to thank you because your advice, your contribution, your ideas has made us now move in that direction. And I want you leaders to clap for him. I want also to thank you for the money for the circle, for the teachers. That is UNATRU. They are now doing well. They are learning to themselves. You remember our several meetings with you in Nakasero, in Tebe State House, and so on. Now, their circle has really built. And if you go in other areas and do the same, this country will not remain the same. Your Excellency, I also want to thank you for giving the nurses the land. You have given them the land. They are now utilizing it very well. And I want to thank them. They are now even building a university on it with the issue of PP. I saw some people in the media trying to connect it with the Mulago issue and so on. Please, media people, leave the workers alone. That land was given by the president. The nurses are now building a university, and that university is now doing a lot. So we don't want you to mix us up in the Mulago issue. Your Excellency, I have a petition to me by the science teachers. But when I sat with them, I diagonized the papers, I realized that you promised them, the money was put in the budget. So this one, I'm not requesting anybody, because a presidential directive must be what? Must be implemented. So I'm asking Minister of Finance, Minister of Education, Prime Minister's office, sit and sort out this. Why are you disturbing our Mzee on something that he has pronounced himself? So it's not a request. Maybe what I will request from Your Excellency, I had requested Mama to have a meeting with these teachers so that they can explain other issues, but the issue of money and so on. But since you have given the science people and it is in the budget, I also request you don't forget the arts people, because they are the ones actually who are very close to you. I know that one we may, but that is after. Because me and you, we normally talk. And this is the only way I can dialogue with you. These are majority. You know why I'm saying that, Your Excellency? You find an officer at a low rank is now getting 3 million, 7, 10. Now the supervisor is getting 500. That wouldn't be a problem. But we want harmonization so that we have harmony at workplace. Your Excellency, there's the issue of minimum wage. Minimum wage, I remember we sat with you, we agreed on something, and Minister of Gender started moving, but when we saw them moving slowly, we went ahead of them. And our good member of parliament presented the private members bill, which was passed by 10th parliament. It was brought to you. You didn't sign it. You returned it to parliament. Now me, I'm not coming back to you. I'm asking parliament, since the speaker is here, Honorable Speaker, where is the bill which was returned to you? Where is that bill? Because the president pronounced himself, we want you also to pronounce what? Yourself on this issue. And Minister of Gender, you said, your predecessor said, there's adequate law. Where is that adequate law? Where is that adequate law? So these are areas that we want to correct. For me, today I'm not here to give you theories, no. Mine is practical, and first I do research where things have gone wrong. Your Excellency, the education system must be cynic with market. Your Excellency, you have made very huge investment in education, and now has a good problem, unemployed and educated youths. First of all, I want to thank General Salim Saleh. I'm a board member at the National Cultural Center. But recently, General Salim Saleh opened my mind. There's a huge potential in culture, in music, art, and so on. We tried it when we had several meetings in Igulu. When we came out, we started implementing that. But it needs your support, because this is an area where many youths can create employment. Like what the children were singing here, kuyiya. They can kuyiya songs, they can do arts and so on. What we only need is, since you have expanded market for them, we can now go to Congo, we can go to Sudan, we can go to any other area. So Your Excellency, support that area. Your Excellency, the Chinese have demonstrated to us here in Uganda that one does not need to know English to operate construction machine. Many of the Chinese do not speak English, but they come here, construct our roads, can be exemplary way of helping many of our young people who either drop out of school and join labor market with relevant market skills, but also support those who are completing school without work. Your Excellency, let us promote local talents. And when everybody will appreciate that we have heavily invested in human capital development, there's a school in each sub-county in the country. You have increased support for teaching of sciences, subjects. This is the first time in the country. Education has become free. You have also heavily invested in infrastructure projects. Now, when I'm coming from Entebbe, it takes me only 20 minutes to reach here. And that is very, very good. Can we clap for His Excellency, the President? In fact, when I was coming here, I talked to my father. My father is your good friend. He retired. He's a disabled man, but he's saying, he told me to tell you that in Tororo, especially Padola, where he comes from, he has never seen tarmac road. And you have been promising, even when you came to Moafu, you said that road, this one will cross from Busoga, it will go up to Tororo. That one from Busolwe, Nagongera, it will go up to Mbale, Buesa. So he has sent me, he says before he dies, he wants to see tarmac road in your hands, because you are friends, I don't know where you met. But he told me those days when you used to go to Kenya, he used to see you as a, I think my mother was was a supporter of Tanzanians. I think that's where you met. And he has sent me with that strong message. I know he's now listening. Your Excellency, the last one is the labor officers. I want to commend Minister of Labor, Gender and Social Development, because they have now recruited labor officers, I think to the tune of 150. So they are almost covering the whole districts. But we need to empower them, because there are so many mushrooming factories, investors are coming in, we need to check those places and guide them. But they are not empowered in a way that these people are supposed to be reporting to Minister of Local Government. And yet these are labor officers. Sometimes when they are deployed there, they are given another assignment. And they are under cows. The cows are the employers who are their bosses, which actually contradicts what they, so the issue is structure. So I'm requesting, this one I should not request, Your Excellency. I demand that let the labor officers return to the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. They report there so that it is easier for them to be empowered, and then they do work together. Your Excellency, We have also, as NOTU, signed MOU with the externalization of labor, that is the UWERA, and we are trying to work together with the help of International Labour Organization to monitor our workers who go to work in Arab countries and other countries. And we are going to have a system in NOTU where we are going to start monitoring. When you are living here, we know where you are going to work, which place you are going to work in. We also use our counterparts in those countries to monitor, so that, because these jobs are bringing a lot of money, and it has created jobs for our young people. But we want to modify it so that our people who go there will be safe. Without that, Your Excellency, it can be a very, very big problem. Your Excellency, Ministry of Gender is a very good ministry, but they have a heavy load. They have the elderly, the women, the youths, the children, workers, people with the disability, culture. All these are very important organizations. But the budget which they are given to them, sometimes when I see it, I even cry. And this is a very important institution. So my request, before we demand for our own ministry, because that is the direction we are taking, we request that you improve the budgeting. Since the speaker is here, let me not bother you, Your Excellency. This is the role of the speaker. Honorable Speaker, Ministry of Gender needs more money. If you want, we can come and explain to you. Lastly, Your Excellency, in every district of Uganda, Your Excellency, now we have workers representing, we have councillors representing workers. And I want to thank you so much for signing that act when it came to you. This was some time back. Now we have every district of Uganda is represented by a female and a male councillor. But these people, first of all, they lack capacity. And when you talk to everybody, there is nowhere they fall. Even their remuneration, I understand now they are getting, per sitting, they are getting 175, which may not be adequate. But what I'm requesting, Your Excellency, you give them, we recognize them, train them, and then we improve, because they can help us in identifying, and these are your allies. You know you are an ally of workers, and I'm very proud of that. So, Your Excellency, I want to thank you. Lastly, I want just to thank you for trying to streamline Department of Criminal Investigation. You know, the other time I heard you complaining about bails and so on, but people had forgotten that CID department had a serious problem. The cadre you have appointed by the name of Magambo is doing wonders there. And I want to thank you for identifying such cadres to do a good work. Because recently we had a case where a worker was murdered in a boardroom and people were playing around. But when they get into this matter, he identified the killers. The issue is now being followed very well in courts of law and others. And we just need to streamline the system so that things work very well. I want to thank you, Your Excellency. I have a lot. Even the Mwasa gave me their message, but that one we shall discuss it when we meet. May God bless you for God and my country. Your Excellency, may I request the members of Parliament representing workers to stand for recognition. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much, Brother Owere Wilson, together with your colleague, Okecho, for giving the workers voice. Your Excellency, that was the voice from the workers, and as we all know, when COVID-19 came, the workers suffered most. Some of them lost their jobs. Others were put on half pay. Others were given short leave until the situation normalizes. Now, amidst that, we had our employers. And the employers, I want to thank some of them who really exhibited a good heart by supporting the workers and by making sure the workers don't suffer. We want to thank you very much for that good heart. This was not done out of moon. They have a federation that brings them together. And on a day like this, we are looking at three partners, main partners. We are looking at government as government and at the same time as the employer. But also, we are looking at the employers who are not necessarily government. And then we have the workers. You heard the song from Winterland. These learners said it all. And all that is the work of the teacher. And I want to believe that whoever is here has at one time gone through the hands of the teacher. Why don't you put your hands together and thank the teacher who made you what you are? Your Excellency, allow me now to invite the employer's side, and this is none other than Engineer Dr. Silva Mujisha, who is the chairperson of Federation of Ugandan Employers, to come and deliver the message. Thank you very much, the employers, for being there for the workers. For those who did it, thank you very much. For those who mistreated workers during the most troublesome time, may God continue to help you to understand what you should do in such times. You are welcome, Doctor.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, who is also the chief employer, by the way, Your Excellency, the Vice President of Uganda, the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament of Uganda, the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, His Lordship, the Chief Justice, the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of Parliament, the Right Honorable Prime Minister of Uganda, the Right Honorable First Deputy Prime Minister, Honorable Ministers, Members of Parliament, Your Excellencies, the Ambassadors and High Commissioners, religious leaders, leaders of labor unions and employers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, the theme of today's Labor Day celebrations here in Uganda is mitigating the impact of COVID-19, enhancing productive employment for improved livelihoods through the parish development model. I would like to expound on this theme today, but before I do that, Your Excellency, on behalf of the Federation, I would like to appreciate the government of Uganda under your able leadership, Your Excellency, for setting the right priorities for enhancing socio-economic transformation of Uganda. These priorities include, inter alia, supporting and promoting economic sectors of agriculture, industrial growth, services, infrastructure, and ICT. Indeed, the journey to put these priorities into action is mainstreamed very well in the National Development Plan 3. Coming back to the theme of today, Your Excellency, allow me to put a few notes on behalf of the Federation of Uganda Employers on some key words, especially in the theme. On the parish development model, this is a great strategy that will see more Ugandans enabled to create jobs and hence improved household incomes. The conceptual design of the parish development model is fit for purpose, and we hope its implementation will effectively be managed by different implementing parties. Particularly, we hope the mindset of Ugandans will be well aligned to understand the essence of enterprise selection and the underlying value chain to correctly apply the parish development model resources. On the side of the Federation, Your Excellency, we shall continue to advocate and amplify the good and potential gains that are inherent in the parish development model. On enhancing productive employment, we have three viewpoints deriving from what is happening here in Uganda and in the world. The first issue, Your Excellency, is the rising commodity prices. This issue is largely being influenced by external factors. We all see what is happening in the whole world, and therefore this seems to be a global problem. The current debate has tended to be skewed towards what people think government should have done in the past. As the Federation of Uganda Employers, we believe more in looking at what has been achieved so far and what the strengths and opportunities that the national economy presents can be used to solve today's and future problems. But it is also possible, Your Excellency, that some employers can want to take advantage of emerging economic hardships to exploit customers that are actually the lifeblood of their existence. We request government to watch, analyze, and regulate such a predatory behavior. We also know, based on the capacity of the country's economy, that there are economic instruments that can be used to moderate emerging economic hardships like the rising economic commodity prices. But that depends on the socio-economic capacity of the country and where it has come from. We request the government to continuously appraise its citizens on what it is doing about these issues, especially the rising commodity prices. On the issue of the welfare of employees, and I know Your Excellency, the Honorable Minister of Gender, will talk more about this because we discussed it. The workers have consistently raised the issue of the minimum wage, like my colleague Owere was saying, and fair treatment at workplaces. The Federation of Uganda Employers is committed to continuous engagement and advocating for a comprehensive win-win employee welfare solution that promotes labor productivity and employment sustainability. Your Excellency, we can talk about minimum wage, but as we talk about it, we need to also look at productivity and also how employment can be sustained. We don't want something to be done on one side and kill something on the other side. Your Excellency, on skilling Ugandan labor, the Federation of Uganda Employers, through its representation on the various platforms of Ministry of Education and Sports, has noted efforts the Ministry of Education and Sports is taking to do the following. First of all, is to enhance informal sector-oriented skilling programs, which will enhance employment creation possibilities in the informal sector. As the Federation, we see the informal sector as a great opportunity to enhance our membership and also to enhance the economy of the country. 2, increasing opportunities for industrial training of technical and vocational education students by including appropriate provisions in the ongoing TVET legislative process. Your Excellency, the industries normally complain about students that are half-baked, but there is a problem because they don't have space, or sometimes it is discretionary to offer space for capacitating or training people. We think in the ongoing TVET legislative process, there are going to be provisions to mandate industries to allow people to train from there so that Ugandans can be sharpened in practical skills. Your Excellency, the Ministry is also talking about introducing universal TVET education in Uganda. Just like we have universal primary education, universal secondary education, we think it is now time to also introduce universal technical vocational education training in Uganda. Then lastly, the issue of establishing a TVET university in Uganda. One of the disincentives of people going for practical training is because they think their progression is limited. So if we have a TVET university, it would be an incentive and it will encourage people to also take this route of their career growth. The Federation would like to add its voice in support of the good work the Ministry of Education is doing to enhance the labor skilling sector of the economy, and also ask government to fast track full realization of the milestones above. Your Excellency, on the issue of the Presidential CEO Forum, we want to thank you, Your Excellency, for enabling the establishment of the Presidential CEO Forum and Secretariat. The CEO Forum provides a great opportunity for continuous engagement on business achievements and what needs to be done to incentivize enhanced business environment for sustainable employment creation. We request you, Your Excellency, to keep the doors open for regular interaction with these members of the CEO Forum as a way of dealing with emerging issues and business opportunities. We want to thank you, Your Excellency, and the different arms of government for unwavering support for the government, employer, employee tripartite. Lastly, Your Excellency, as a way of thanks, I want to thank we will pay special appreciation to Her Excellency Susan Namundo Ngoji, UN Resident Coordinator for championing youth employment through the UN Cooperation Framework. She's here, she can stand up for recognition. Thank you very much. Would also want to thank ILO, International Labour Organization, for their support towards the Federation's initiatives for decent employment. Your Excellency, I would also want to thank members of the Governing Council of the Federation for working very hard, and those who are here, please stand up for recognition. Those who are here. Thank you very much. Lastly, Your Excellency, unfortunately, the workers tend to have louder voice than employers. They have raised the issue of their home. We also have a home, Your Excellency, but which is not complete, and we've been fundraising. We'd also like your goodwill to be extended to the Federation and also help us on that house, so that we can also ably represent the country on the side of employers. Even if we got like 500 million, it will be a big boost for us to do our work. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and God bless you.
Can we put our hands together in a rather strong way for the employer, because they are the reasons the workers can smile. Your Excellency, time has come for the Assistant Directors of Ceremonies to hand over to today's Director of Ceremonies, Honorable Colonel Charles Patrick Okero Engola Macho Dog. And as he comes, Your Excellency, permit me to share the wise words of General Colin Powell. We know him, that big man in America, who stated that there is no secret to success. It's a result of preparation, hard work, and learning from failure. We cannot be sure that we have learned enough that the parish development model is a must to succeed. And that's why we are very excited that today's theme had its pillar in the parish development model, which all Ugandans must embrace to liberate the 30 Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, Your Lordship, the Chief Justice, the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of Parliament, Your Lordship, the Deputy Chief Justice, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Deputy Prime Ministers, Cabinet Ministers, my colleagues, state ministers, Your Excellencies, the ambassadors and high commissioners, members of Parliament, the workers and the employers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Your Excellency, I'm Colonel Kelingola Machudwogo, the Minister of State for Gender, Labor and Social Development, in charge of labor, employment, and industrial relations. Your Excellency, it gives me great pleasure to welcome Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, to the national celebrations of the International Labour Day. Your Excellency, let me also take this opportunity to welcome all the distinguished guests for the Labour Day celebrations. Your Excellency, we have the following guests already here with us. Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda is here with us. The Right Honourable Speaker of Parliament, my Lordship, the Chief Justice, the Right Honourable Deputy Speaker of Parliament, the Lordship, the Deputy Chief Justice, former leaders, the Right Honourable Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Deputy Prime Ministers, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Their Excellencies, Ambassadors and High Commissioners. We have members of Parliament here. Members of Parliament, can you stand up for recognition? We have the Commander of the Defense Forces who have come here with a strong delegation from UPDF. We have heads of ministries, agencies, and departments, statutory commissions here present with us. We have the Deputy IGG. We have the Deputy IGP. We have the Deputy Commissioner of Prisons. We have traditional leaders with here. We have religious leaders, permanent secretaries, and the workers and the employers' representatives. Your Excellency, the theme for today's celebration is mitigating the impact of COVID-19 and enhancing productive employment for improved livelihoods through parish development model. The choice of this theme is strategic in mobilizing stakeholders to appreciate the relevance of the parish development model in enhancing productive employment as the country pursues its COVID-19 recovery efforts. I request the mobilizers to get a video of these young children who presented a very wonderful song here, so that when they are going for mobilization of PDM, they can use it. It is very good, it's well presented. My assistants have already explained the synopsis of the Labour Day celebrations. I now have Your Excellency, as I prepare to hand over to the Honourable Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development, allow me to thank the Assistant Masters of Ceremonies for the job well done. I therefore take this opportunity to invite the Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development to take over the next programs for the day. Thank you very much, my boss. You're welcome.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, Your Lordship, the Chief Justice, all dignitaries, protocols observed, my colleagues, members of Parliament, ministers, workers, employers, distinguished guests. It gives me great pleasure, Your Excellency, to welcome you and all distinguished guests to the national celebrations of the International Labor Day. Your Excellency, Labor Day is about recognizing the struggle of workers and affirming the rights of workers. Rights like decent work for decent income, workers' welfare at work, ensuring that at workplace, occupational safety and health at work is guaranteed, legal framework that protects the rights of workers and its enforcement, mechanism and measures to stimulate employment in key sectors, setting standards on issues affecting workers, including migrant workers, and Your Excellency, like you've always guided, that issues of migrant workers should be a temporary short-term measures for issues of unemployment. Today, we commemorate this day under the theme, mitigating the impact of COVID-19, enhancing productive employment for improved livelihoods through parish development model. Our being here, therefore, Your Excellency, is a testament that the government of Uganda recognizes the aspirations of workers, their struggles, and the resolve to treat workers with humane dignity. Uganda, in the last couple of decades, has made strides in this direction. For example, Uganda has established one of the best legal framework to protect the rights of workers. Your Excellency, I start with Article 40 of our Constitution, which guarantees workers the right to associate. And with this, we have so far facilitated the registration of 47 workers' unions. And the workers' unions are helping government to undertake settlement of disputes, facilitating collective bargaining, communicating challenges of workers to employers and the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, and engaging in social dialogue with stakeholders. And that's why we are able to have them speak here, because under this article and the law, they are supposed to be registered. Your Excellency, the representative of workers talked about the laws and which laws are there. The Employment Act of 2006, in addition, secures workers' rights, including the rights to be issued with appointment letters and contract of service, freedom of association, workers' compensation for injury and stroke or death, decent working condition and facilities at workplace, protection from arbitrary dismissal, provision of personal protective equipment at workplaces, payment of wages on time, provision of annual leave, maternity leave, weekly rest, and rest on public holidays. And most of these issues have been raised on the floor of Parliament by members of Parliament in respect to their oversight function. In this regard, the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development has scaled up inspections and engagements with the employers with a view of engaging on how we protect these rights. We are proceeding and continuing with engagements, and these engagements, as the representative of employers have indicated, will facilitate more respect of these rights. Today's theme, therefore, underpins how we mitigate COVID-19 in the world of work. And I want to applaud His Excellency the President for the response and policies that he undertook during COVID-19, which continues to support workers. First, prioritizing the budget measures for improving remuneration of workers, including pay rise for entire public service, but with more incentive to our scientists as a pivot towards a knowledge-based and science-driven economy to fight the scourge of unemployment. And we have seen recently where His Excellency the President has written a letter to Ministry of Health to retain all the health workers who worked during COVID-19 in the employment of public service. I think we need to congratulate His Excellency for that. Number two, financing of massive vaccination campaign that has enabled the economy to open up and work to resume. This is a policy that was championed by His Excellency the President in the containment of COVID-19. Providing cash transfer of 100,000, popularly known as Nabanja cash, to households who had lost their source of income in the informal sector. Intervening with measures which allowed commercial banks to restructure loans for businesses, enabling workers to retain their jobs. Providing stimulus packages to the art and creative industry, manufacturers, industrialists, small and medium enterprises through Uganda Development Bank, SMEs, PPEs with the commercial banks, that is lending at a low rate to businesses to recuperate, and microfinance support center. Assenting to the NSSF Amendment Act to provide for midterm access. This has helped many workers who were under distress due to COVID-19 containment measures. Your Excellency, as of 24th April, NSSF had given out 368.4 billion to 17,827 workers under the law that you assented to. We want to thank you, Your Excellency, for this. Your Excellency, today's theme, which is mitigating the impact of COVID-19, enhancing productive employment for improved livelihood through parish development model, therefore resonates well with the policies that you have put in place to contain COVID-19 and restore the working class back into the work economy. Therefore, on behalf of the entire sector, workers, employers, and on my own behalf, I would like to thank you, Your Excellency, for your courageous and visionary leaders at the peak of COVID-19 pandemic. Your foresight saved this country from a catastrophe. Your strategic leadership during this crisis was unprecedented, highly appreciated, not only in Uganda but globally. This is exemplified by the award given to you recently by the British Medical Journal and the National Health Services Health Education Program for extraordinary leadership in the pandemic management, issued for you and given, awarded to you in Britain. I congratulate you, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, the workers talked about the issue of the midterm access, the law that did not underpin the principle that was envisaged, where the word contribute was, according to the workers, the word should have been saved, where someone who has saved who is 45 years and saved for a period of 10 years, but instead of that word, it was put contributed. And therefore, the law had to be followed. But when they raised this matter, we have met with the Attorney General, and we have agreed on the way forward, and the Attorney General has drafted a new bill just to replace that particular word contributed with the word saved, to allow the workers. And that particular bill has already been processed and is going now to the Cabinet Secretariat for fast tracking and bringing it to Parliament. So I want to assure the workers to be calm and that this matter will be resolved soon. On the context of the parish development model, Your Excellency, we have embarked as a ministry that is in charge of mobilization. We have embarked on the mobilization, and beginning next week, Thursday, we are starting the sensitization at local government up to sub-county level to scale up the implementation, the mobilization, and the sensitization. Therefore, Your Excellency, I want to assure you that within the next 3 months, we would have executed up to sub-county level the mobilization to facilitate enterprise formation and facilitate Ministry of Trade to form all the circle that is required. On the side of labor issues, Your Excellency, you assented to the Labor Dispute Arbitration and Settlement Act 2021. We have started its implementation. This particular law has increased the number of judges at the industrial court from 2 to 5, and the judges can now hear cases independent of each other, and therefore it will facilitate expeditious resolution of dispute, and it is good, prudent dispute resolution mechanism to strengthen industrial court. And I want to thank you for assenting to that act. The ministry is also focusing on informal structure of Juakali and informal sectors of workers, where under our program called the Green Jobs, Your Excellency, we are undertaking skilling and giving startup kits for people in the Juakali areas and workers, and this program will now be constituency-based. We are also scaling up a program called Apprenticeship. An apprenticeship program, Your Excellency, is where graduates, fresh graduates, are given jobs in ministries, departments, and they're facilitated with the transport for them to gain skills, so that in the next 1 or 2 years, when they're applying for a full-time job, they are then able to quote that experience. I want to thank UNDP for the piloting and supporting piloting of this program, and the lesson we have learned from this piloting of this program will support us to scale it more. On the issue of external recruitment of migrant workers, there has been outcry, Your Excellency, out there, and we have diagnosed the problem. We will bring a paper to Cabinet again, but we have so far increased the sentence for illegal recruitment activities from 3 years to 5 years. And I'm glad that the Organization of Uganda External Recruitment Workers are here, and they are the ones who regulate. I want them to stand up. They are in that tent. The UERA members, they are there, Your Excellency, and we are working closely with them to make sure that we make this sector a sector that will not cause problems to Ugandans. We have also increased what we call registration fee or licensing fee. Originally, if you want a company, you would pay a bond, a bank bond of 50 million. We have raised it to 100 million. This one is a guarantee in the bank so that in case you take a worker out of the country and you are not able to bring the person, the ministry will then get that money from the bank to bring back the person back to the country, because most of the issues arises before the person finishes the contract abroad and we are not able to bring the person back. So now we have increased the bond and bank guarantee to 100 million. We have also told them to stop, and Your Excellency, this was a very strong message from you, charging of workers going abroad, where people are selling land, people are selling all sorts of things to facilitate them to go abroad. We have indicated to them only where they are semi-skilled and skilled, and it is a requirement from the country's placing that we sit together and agree on a fair price. And this one we are linking with them. We have also prohibited non-citizens from operating a recruitment agency. So we are not registering anybody who is a foreigner to manage or operate a migrant or a company that takes migrant workers abroad. We have also developed what we are calling External Employment Management Information System, which is an online system that captures the data of all migrant workers leaving Uganda and traveling abroad. And very soon we are going to institute a 24-hour help desk under this EMIS system so that we are able to rescue our people. We have also developed Occupational Health and Safety Management Information System, which will provide online collection of information about workplaces in the country, and one will be able to see all the details of those who are employers in different locations, the type of industry, and the workers employed in that area. Your Excellency, I want to conclude, therefore, by restating that today we remind ourselves that we celebrate extraordinary sacrifice made and still being made by people in the world of work to promote the values of social justice, fundamental rights at work, and dignity for all. We at national level acknowledge the devotion and contributions of the workers who ensure the prosperity, strength, and well-being of our country. And at this juncture, I want to thank the men and women standing here who makes us sleep every day. And while we are here, they are standing the whole day for us and the country. Therefore, today calls upon us to recommit to the resolve to eliminate any lingering threats by COVID-19. And I cannot end without taking this opportunity to, in a very special way, applaud the frontliners who gave their best during that difficult times. And Your Excellency, I want to start with you, because we saw how at the onset of COVID, you stressed yourself, and we were always there and saw how you committed yourself as the #1 worker, Your Excellency. I thank you very much. I want to thank our doctors, the nurses, those who ensured that they enforced SOPs, they treated the sick, evacuated the ill, those who conducted research, vaccinated the population at risk, and provided hope and allowed us to open. I want to thank them, and some of them today are getting gold medal for those work that they did. Your Excellency, we recognize that consciousness of that moment you gave and they gave work beyond the call of duty that helped our country. I want to thank you, Your Excellency, and I want to thank everybody for coming. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, I do not know whether I have concluded with my speech, but in the program, the Right Honorable First Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister in charge of trade has some small activity. And I want to request the Right Honorable Deputy Prime Minister to probably make our way. This is the launch of the master plan for the construction of Mutucular Regional Market, a market that is supposed to support many workers and cross-border trade. Your Excellency, that activity is meant for you to sign on as a launch, but the Right Honorable First Deputy Prime Minister wants to just say a word about what it is.
Your Excellency, President of the Republic of Uganda, let me stand on existing protocol since the Minister has stated it. I'm here to introduce very briefly the Mutucular Regional Market Project. This is a unique hub, a private sector driven project worth over $700 million. It is expected to take 2 years to construct, and even before it is constructed, to provide employment for laborers, engineers, artisans, consultants, and not to forget the catering services that the women will be able to provide for the staff. Your Excellency, this is a project coordinated by 4 ministries. My Ministry of East African Community, because of the treaty, the Mother Ministry of Trade, because of their work in the COMESA and Africa Continental Free Trade Area, the Minister of Employment, who is hosting us, and the Minister of Defense for local support in Greater Masaka. Your Excellency, the project will have 18,000 shops, 1,000 warehouses, 100 market sheds, 1 5-star hotel, a hospital, 60 silos, 6 petrol stations, commercial building, parking yards, packaging and cold facilities, and an airstrip. It will be a one-stop center for goods and services produced in the region. Needless to say, Utilities like electricity, water, roads will be provided. Your Excellency, on 13th April 2022, I, together with the Minister of Defense, Minister of State for Trade, went to break ground at Mutucular. And we want to thank you very, very much for accepting to give the project the 200 acres. The request was for 600, but I think let us start with that little as we move along. It will be a design, build, and operate project. Your Excellency, this project will immediately serve the regions of northern Tanzania, of Kagera, of Mwanza, of Shinyanga, and then the greater Comesa and Africa Continental Free Trade Area. I would like to introduce Mr. Karim Karamaji. I don't know where he is. The Chief Executive Officer of Mutucular Regional Market, who is a Ugandan, is he there? Karamaji, where are you? Waniko mkono. I also want to introduce Mr. Shiyong and Bahati Chando of Sinohydro Corporation. Are they there? Yes, Sinohydro, the ones who constructed Karuma, they are the ones constructing that project. Mr. Brink of PCC, is Mr. Brink there? Is Mr. Brink there? Okay, Your Excellency, those are the people putting together both the funding and the construction. Already, Your Excellency, over $100 million has been released to kickstart the project. It's therefore my pleasure to request Your Excellency to commission the architectural design so that the work can begin. Your Excellency, as I indicated, we have worked together as 4 ministries, but after today, right under Prime Minister will take charge of the oversight and supervision because this is on government land. Your Excellency, I want to invite you to sign the master plan so that our people can get employment and to assure the minister that she will now continue her speech. I've finished. Thank you.
Your Excellency, from signing, you are now invited to address the nation. Thank you.
Her Excellency the Vice President, the Right Honorable Speaker, His Lordship Chief Justice, Deputy Speaker, Deputy CJ, Prime Minister, and all the dignitaries who are here today, and the Ugandans who are listening. Some clever Wanyankore named their child Otafuire. Meaning that if you don't die, you will see good things with time. So when I heard that Mr. Owere's group and Dr. Amongi, the minister, had made parish development model the main theme of today, I said, Apoyo Rubanga, Katonda yebazibwe for giving me a long life so that I can see that people are beginning to wake up. What is in the parish development model is what we started doing in the Ankole zone in the 1960s. I've told you many times how we had differences of opinion. How we had differences of opinion with the elite. You know, people who should be leading others. The politicians, the church leaders, the cultural leaders, that time they were also there. But they didn't know how to get their people out of underdevelopment. But we, our group, as students, we said no. For them, they thought that it was in order for a few people to be rich, and the majority of the people remained backward. We didn't accept this. We said no. If all of them are sensitized, they can wake up and know what to do. Although we were interfered with by Idi Amin and the other groups, eventually when we gained the upper hand, 1986, we built on the work we had already started. And really the parish development model has 4 elements. And it starts with the people of land who have got land. It starts with agriculture. Because fortunately Uganda has got all these 40 million acres of good arable land. Now the task in that area of Ankole, there we had an additional problem. We had the problem of nomadism. People were also nomadic. So we had to settle that issue to expose to them the mistake of nomadism. But after nomadism, and many of the other people in Uganda were not nomadic, but they were not using their land to get out of poverty. Then the second element was what we keep talking about from Chibuku, from the Bagwere, or Korra Echida Chonka, only working for the stomach. That is the second element. Where nomadism is there, stop nomadism. Secondly, if you have got land, agricultural land, don't only work for the stomach, for eating only. Teach me each keken, as they say in Luo. Also work for the pocket, food security and income. Work for the stomach, but also for the pocket. But number 3, do so with a chivaro. A chivaro, chura, as they say in Luo, or Aymar in Ateso. And then, number 4, the government should then help you once you are clear about the other 3. But number 5, once you wake up and start earning money, then there's the problem of backward inheritance practices, where when the head of the family dies, the children destroy the property with physical division instead of dividing what comes from the land and not the land itself. Today I was reading the papers, and I saw the son of our late comrade, President Mike Baki. I don't know whether you read it, it was in the papers, who was giving a speech in Nairobi the other day, and pointed out, I was so happy to see that person speaking the way he was speaking, and he was saying, the property of Mzee Kibaki is not ours. It is his. And we are trustees, we the children, not to destroy what Kibaki built. I was so happy to hear an African speaking like that. It's really a shame when you see all these groups. You look at the Europeans, a man like Henry Ford died long ago, even before Mzee Kaguta was born. But the wealth he left is now bigger, much bigger than what he left. But Africans here are like ants. Enkuyege. Akatono mugenzi kalese, bakari ne bakamarawo. Shameful, disgusting. So these are the 5 points of the parish development model. So we have been talking about this all these years, but people are busy with other things. The radios, the what, the cultural leaders, the priests, everybody is an authority. People are diverted. They don't concentrate on the message. But we have been keeping talking. We tried NADS. It did some little work, but with the NADS you end up again with the local elite. People are a bit banasomako. National Corps. They are the ones who benefit from all these programs we send, like NADS. Then we brought Operation Red Creation. But National Corps, CJ the other day coached me that in law they are called Jomukwano. The one who are a little bit educated. But we don't want only Jomukwano, we want everybody. I think you know we say Duchu. We say Duchu? We want everybody to be involved, getting out of poverty. So when Operation Wealth Creation went, they did something, but that's why the percentage you hear, I am glad even the people of the prisons like Baine are beginning to talk economics. Because I heard him talking some economics. Not only arresting people and keeping them there, but also some economics. That's why you hear that abakorera chionka teach me each keken. The percentage has dropped from 68% in 2013 when Operation Wealth Creation started to now 39%. That means that Operation Wealth Creation did some work, but there is still a lot of work to do. The 39% are very many. And the work done by Operation Wealth Creation has resulted into a huge increase in the production of, for instance, coffee. Coffee has gone from 2 million bags to now 8 million bags, Uganda. And the earnings have gone from 400 million something to now almost 800 million. $800 million. And that is that work done by Operation Wealth Creation. The same for maize, production of maize. The production has gone up. But we still have the 39%. Therefore, the parish development model has a different, in all these other efforts. First of all, before our time, no government was giving money to the people to get out of poverty. Getting out of poverty was everybody's private business. You had to you had to look after yourself. Government was bringing peace. If you wanted to get out of poverty, that was your issue. Except sometimes if they wanted cotton or coffee, they could come and beat you and make you produce for the system, but not for yourself, to get out of poverty. And they wouldn't give you money to do that. They would simply make you do. But we have been, since from the time of Ntandikwa, we have been giving money. This is like, must have started during the time of Ksama Mugerwa, when Ksama Mugerwa was Minister of State for Finance. We started giving Ntandikwa, then prosperity for all, the money from the government. But all this time, the responsibility is taken by the government officials. They are the ones who select who is to get money or planting materials or breeding stock. abakungu ba gavumenti be basalawo ani anaafuna ate ebyokukozesa binaavaawa. The government officials were the ones deciding who is to be allocated and where would these materials be bought from and at what price. So that's what caused some confusion. Even with Operation Wealth Creation, I started hearing wananchi saying, begabira boka, meaning these officers of ours whom we had sent had also become localized. They were giving to their friends, to themselves. Some of them even, I hear, started getting involved in having seed beds. They are the ones who sell their own plant. You are not supposed to be the producer. You are supposed to be to take what the government has got from. So they got compromised, diverted, in spite of their good work. That's why, therefore, this time, the approach is, number one, want everybody to get involved in working for the stomach and for the pocket. Number two, but to do so with the chibaro, with the chibaro chura, which means you select among the enterprises that we have already identified that can make good money, even if you do them on a smaller scale. We have the activity, there are like 7 of them: coffee, fruits, small zero grazing, dairy farming, food crop, poultry for eggs, piggery, fish farming. Now some people are adding some other things like macadamia and avocado, but for me these last two I have not yet calculated them, although I'm told that they are very good, but we shall calculate them and then speak firmly to you. But the 7, we are sure about the 7. Now, this is for intensive farming. There are other crops which the country needs, like cotton, like sugarcane, like ranching. Me, I am a rancher. I have indigenous cows, like tobacco, even maize, even tea. These are crops which can only make money, or activities which can only make money if you do them on a big scale. So those ones should be done not by these people who have got 4 acres or less, but by we, the big farmers, like myself. I can do for you all those things you want. If you want cotton, I can grow it for you. So, with the chibaro, with the chura, and then the other points, like once you start getting money and the head of the family goes, please don't fragment the land. It's not legal. We shall not put you to prison, but we are counseling you. We are educating the families to understand that. So once you know that, in each parish, want everybody who has got some land or can rent land or can prove that he can use the land of the relative to join the parish development circle. You join the circle. And here, there's also some confusion of demanding money. Don't join unless you have paid money. No, leave them. Even if they haven't paid money, let them join. As long as they prove to you that they have got to the circle now, that they have got where they can do agriculture, small scale commercial agriculture, let them join. Once they form this circle and they agree to select from the 7 activities, for the other ones, I think we should have a separate program. For the other cotton and so on and so forth, I think we should have a separate program. I think the ministry should clarify this. For the big farmers, the ones for our type, we should have something separate. In fact, it's already there, because if I want to do the other big thing, the other low price activities like cotton, I can go to UDB and borrow money at concessional rate and do it. Or we shall develop some other mechanisms for us. But this time, want to concentrate on the other people, the ones of the 4 acres or less, so that we don't overstretch ourselves. Now, so the money, this financial year, we are sending 17 million shillings to each parish. But in the next budget, we want to send 100 million to each parish. The budget coming in July. And the money will be sent to the circle. So it will be the circle government, the circle leadership, elected by them, not by the other parish development committee. The one of the chief of the parish chief and so are not the ones who are going to get this money. Those are just supervisors. But the money will go to the stakeholders themselves, to the Barimi Balunzi, Abomulkogo, the farmers who are members of the circle. It will go to their account. They are the ones to decide who should get first. And where will they buy the materials from? So this bureaucracy of NADS, the one of Mugasha, is out now. I don't know what they will do. Maybe they will do some consultancy or some what. So the who to get and the where to buy will be done by the government of the circle, elected by the people themselves, by the circle members themselves. Not even the parish development model, because I don't want them to be involved. Let them just supervise. So that is when we talk of the parish development model, that's what we are talking about. And when we do that, because there are people who have already listened to our message, this message of 60 years, I have been involved in this for the last 60 years. And in some areas we have succeeded. Like in the Cattle Corridor, people are quite rich now, because they listen to our message, although they still have other things to do. But even with the semi transformation, they are very rich. And in some other areas like Ruengaju, near Fort Portal, people have woken up. and got this message. And this is where the issue of Owere comes now, and his group. Workers. How many are you? Owere, come and tell us how many you are. How many members do you have? Come and tell us on the microphone there. Workers, trade union, what? How many are you?
Your Excellency, in trade union we have 1.5 million.
Now you hear?
And the potential workers are 12 million.
Don't say potential, the ones you have now.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Now you hear these workers, 1.5 million. And that includes the other group of Baguma. You heard the other man of Baguma? The one who was speaking there. No, don't worry, Owere, you go and sit. Beping. That Baguma man is a teacher. So those are government workers. So this 1.5 million includes government workers who are like, I think they are like 0.5 now. So that means and there's also another confusion. I heard Baguma calling me a chief worker. Now, there we need to, I don't know what Todwong is doing. Political education has also gone down. You are talking as if you are somewhere else in other parts of Africa. I'm not a worker myself. I'm not a worker. I am a bourgeoisie. I am part of the middle class. You cannot call the middle class workers. Just they take the literal meaning. The one who works is a worker. No, that's not an ideological definition. Of course I work, but I'm not a worker. I work as a member of the middle class. And the middle class has got categories. You have got the bureaucratic bourgeoisie, like these civil servants. Civil servants are bureaucratic bourgeoisie. The teachers like Baguma, those are petty bourgeoisie. That's what we call them. Now, groups like Kasita, do you know something called Kasita? Those who specialize in imports. Those are comprador bourgeoisie, agents of foreign interests, whose job is to sell other people's goods here. They are called comprador. Comprador is a French word meaning agent. They are agent bourgeoisie. Now, the positive bourgeoisie, the ones who would like to promote, are people like Mulwana, the ones who were, even myself, you can add me in that group. Are the ones we call the national bourgeoisie. The national bourgeoisie, the ones who build up the economic strength of the country. Mao Zedong was very clear on this. That's how China came up. He was able to identify the positive bourgeoisie and the negative ones, like the comprador bourgeoisie. Those are negative group. Just importing. Yeah. Now you see the retro war we are having with the coffee issue. That coffee issue is very, very interesting. And I'm very glad people have put in writing their views. I'm very, Mbamaze, you put something in writing down, you are finished. If it is wrong, you cannot take it back. They are attacking the coffee deal, that the coffee deal is bad. What? Oh, thank you very much. We are now going to study you. Yeah. You have put it in writing. It's in black and white. And that is a struggle between the comprador bourgeoisie, the agents of foreign interests, and the national bourgeoisie. So the workers, of course here, the model of workers is not strictly like what was in Europe. In Europe, according to Karl Marx, in 1848, when he wrote his manifesto, is the worker who has no other asset except his labor. Because in Europe, some of the people were farmers, some were middle class, and the workers had no property. The only thing they had to sell was their labor. But in our case here, you find people, he's a worker in a factory, the proletariat. The people that were calling proletariat workers were the proletariat, not the bagumas. Those are employees, but not workers. You should call yourselves employees of the government, but not workers. Workers are, strictly speaking, the proletariat, the ones working in the factories. But that is something we shall sort out. With the Todwong should be sorting that one out. I don't know what they are doing there. I don't know what they are doing. So the importance of the parish model, parish development model, where, for instance, it has already taken some root, like in Rwengarju Parish. I sent people there. They went. Nankabero went and they saw. Those families, you find each family is employing 15 people in a small scale commercial agriculture of only 1 acre. 15 people working in that enterprise. Uganda has got 43 million people. If you take an average that there are 5 people in a home, that means we are 9 million families. Let's assume that 5 million of them have land, 1 acre or 2 acres or 3 acres or 4 or more. If each one of these 5 million listens to our message and goes into this small scale commercial farming with the Chibaro, with the Chura, even if he employs 10 people each, that is 50 million jobs. We shall have so many jobs here that we shall have no people to do them. We'll have more jobs than the population. So that's why I'm very happy. They had prepared a speech to come and read. I said, no, I don't need a written speech. I have my mission in my head. So I will tell you about my mission. So I was very glad. I was very glad to hear that Beta Mongi and Owere and others had, in their wisdom, as we say in our way of speaking, made the parish development model the theme of this Labor Day. Thank you very much. Apoyo Mate. If we do this, we shall have so many jobs, we shall have nobody to do them. We shall have to import labor from other countries, as happened in the past. Because these are 50 million jobs. Now, of course, in order for this to work, the government has already put some things in place. There is peace in the country. All these little things that are happening will be sorted out, like this Karamojong, whom I keep hearing. They will be sorted out. Peace is here to stay. Infrastructure, the roads and the railway and the electricity. We have now more electricity than is being consumed, but we have already signed an agreement with a group to do Ayago. That would add another 840 megawatts on the power supply. So, with infrastructure, the investors will come in, the factories will come in. And now, apart from the jobs in the agricultural sector, for me, I think we can create 50 million jobs in the agricultural sector. The other day, I was at Raktura with my daughter, who is my managing director now, and I found 44 workers there in Raktura. And Raktura is not fully used, it is semi-used. So this, we can create, for me, I think we can create a minimum of 50 million jobs through agriculture alone. But if you have got agriculture, you must process what is produced. Otherwise, it will be a problem. And you can see the example, like in our area, Busoga, Abebekado, growing, then processing. There is pressure to have more processing capacity. If you go through Ruero, you will see a lot of pineapples, Kayunga, Masaka, a lot of pineapples. There is now pressure to have processing. The coffee, pressure for processing. Even the tea, I get a demand, more factories. So the milk, once milk went up, factories also increased. So the production in the agricultural sector would demand more processing capacity, and that will create more jobs in the factories. And transport, vehicles to take the thing to the market, the services, all the sectors will expand. So therefore, please take this idea of the parish development model as very, very important. And we can really now change Uganda this time. There are problems in the world. The problems were originally caused by nature, Corona. That one caused us problems, but we survived. And I told you very firmly, because me, I'm not just I'm not a politician, I'm a freedom fighter. And they were telling me, you know, what? Please, the issue now is not losing jobs, is not pregnancy of young children. Those are problems, but the problem now is dying or not dying. So how can you compare? How can you compare problems ebizibu with okufa? If you don't know the meaning, at least put it in your local language. It will be clearer. Ebizibu, problems. Ebizibu are called peko. Peko with mort. Mort is dying. To with to. How can you compare problems, ebizibu, with okufa? We can have ebizibu, yes. But okufa, dying is irreversible. Ebizibu can either be contained or even be reversed. But once you die, you are dead, finished. So I cannot be part of that muddle-headedness. When people's heads don't work properly. So that's how we were able to take tough decisions and survive. The problems now we have, petrol, fertilizer, these are now man-made. They are not nature-made. They are made by our friends in Europe who are fighting. We are talking to them quietly, to all of them, talking quietly. Why? We shall see. But for me, I'm not worried. I'm not worried either about the natural problems, because you saw we handled Corona. If we handled Corona, what else can we not handle? Now, for this problem of man-made, which has caused also other problems, I think we shall find solutions. We are talking quietly to the Western group, also to the Russians and the other people. We shall see. We shall brief you at the right time. But for me, I'm not worried about those groups, because we have solutions here. The only thing that was worrying me, which we must address in the coming budgets, now we may not be able to address it, was the issue of the weather. Because these other issues, there is war in Ukraine and Russia, there will be no bread. If there's no bread, eat muhogo. Muhogo is here. What is the problem? You know, Africans really confuse themselves. You are crying that there is no wheat. I don't eat bread myself. If there's no bread, eat muhogo. Muhogo is here. So my real worry was actually the weather. Because the rain was becoming delayed, actually, it delayed. Instead of starting in March, it started in April. So I think as a country, we should plan that in the next budgets, maybe in the other, we are now not able, but deal with the issue of irrigation so that we don't depend on this. Once we do that, for me, I'm not concerned with anything. If whoever wants to, Uganda has got everything. There's nothing we lack. It is a question of just waking up. Even in the next few years, we shall be having our petroleum here, and we have got other energy sources. So all those don't concern us. It is the only one I think now we must look at is irrigation, because that one is the one which can cause us real problems if the rain fails. Now, on the issue of I want to advise Owere. I thank him very much. He's now quite patriotic. Moyo gwa Uganda. He visited Metu Katawazi, one of our bus manufacturers. Thank you for supporting him. And warned the people in the city council who are playing around with the contract, supply buses to the city council, that if they don't move, I will remove them. City council, please. Because they wanted to import buses. That is also another war we had. We have got a loan from ADB. I said the loan will be cancelled. I will not accept it. The loan was tied to importing buses instead of manufacturing them here. It was a big war. I'll put my foot down. No local manufacture of buses, no loan. But I hear those corrupt people in the KCC are still delaying. So, Prime Minister, please, use your other caterpillar strength and but I want to advise Ugandans, please stop this language of indigenous manufacturers against the others. Please don't use that language. Encourage the indigenous people if they are there, but do not speak, do not appear as if you are, Banyangwe call it okweshanya. Okweshanya is, but yeah. When you say, nkoyo no, nkoyo, but you get about your Uganda. Banyangwe call it okweshanya. Huh? Tulina Baganda wano. Okweshanya is when somebody comes and you are not welcoming him, you think he's a bother to you. So Okweshanya. You think about it in our different languages. Don't show lack of enthusiasm. Let me put it like that. Don't show lack of enthusiasm for our investors from outside, please. Because those who studied economics long ago know what we call GDP, gross domestic product. Gross domestic product means wealth creation in a country by anybody who is doing economic activity in that country, whether he's a citizen or not. That's what GDP is about. And many of these countries which grew, like China, if you go and study now, you find that for a long time, the majority of from 1978, when Deng Xiaoping opened the economy, the big portion of the economy was from outside investors. Bigger part of GDP. Then there is what we call GNP, gross national product. This is the one which Oweri is talking about, where our own people are the ones. Yes, it's welcome, but we welcome Duchu, we welcome all of them. That is the line of the NRM. I am here, I am the one promoting that. Nobody can beat me in Africanism. When it comes to African things, I eat African food. I love everything African. But I welcome all investors into Uganda. And don't try to make these distinctions, because the countries which did that actually failed, and I can quote for you many of them. Only that I am also Minister of Foreign Affairs. I don't want to offend people. Now, Oweri was worried about the arts people. The arts people. We shall support our arts people, but let's start with the scientists, because we don't have enough money to handle both. So rather than saying we all get stagnant, no, that's not correct. I'll give you an example. There is an institution called Soroti Flying School. That wonderful institution was about to die because of this policy of Banyankole have a proverb say, Tuingane eturaha marwa. When you are drinking alcohol, you say, we are all equal. Onsinzaki. We are all men here when you are drunk. But when the drink goes away, you discover who is better than the other one. So please, this Onsinzaki must stop. Soroti Flying School was about to collapse because of this Onsinzaki. We are all government workers. Why? If somebody, we trained our young people as pilots on propeller, planes, then on jet engines. Once you qualify on a jet engine as a pilot, in the airline, he will be paid 25 million shillings. So here at Soroti, they were wonderfully, this ministry of, there's a ministry of transport and something else and something else. They were paying pilots 1 million. The pilots said, no, we are going to, if you don't want us, we go to the airline. So the school was going to die. What sort of wisdom is this? I had to intervene and say, please, these scientists, these pilots in this case, happen to have a higher market price than there's somebody they call HDR. Have you heard of that one? Huh? What is it called? Human resource, HR? HRD, or whatever. HRM. Well, if I dismiss the HRM of Soroti Flying School, I will get another one tomorrow. Who will accept but the pilot, if he goes away to the airline, the school will close. So please, let's give the market price. Let's use the principle of market price. What will this person now get on the market price? And in the end, we shall pay all of them well. But if we can't pay all of them, rather than saying we lose everybody, I don't think that's a correct way. It is suicidal. Now, finally, Owere Banange. He has now taken an unconstitutional road. He has given the powers of budgeting to the Speaker. He doesn't know who is the actual budgeter. So Attorney General advised Owere, please, to know who is the budgeter. The Speaker cannot move a budget motion. So, please. So, with these few words, I congratulate all the workers of the whole world and the ones of Uganda. But please, we are tired of this small number of workers of Owere, of 1.5 million. We need a workforce of many more numbers. And the way is there. Parish development model will set us off, and we may end up with a workforce of 60, 70 million people. Because Uganda is so rich. The only other thing we should take care of is the environment. The other day I was in my war area, Ruero, if you see how the people are invading the wetlands, the ones I know very well, the ones where we used to do some work against some of our compatriots, I warned them. I warned the cow, the Gombora chief, the Murka chief. If I find people in the wetlands and you are doing nothing, I will go for you. Apart from going for those people, because you are the authority there. I don't want to talk about the LC3, those are political, but you, the government appointee, the cow, the Gombora chief, the Murka chief, and the other technical staff at the ones in that line, please. This is the other than the weather, the other crucial element that can cause us problems not easy to deal with is the environment, mismanaging of the environment, invading the forests and invading the wetlands and the lakes, the lake shore. The rest we shall handle. It's not a big problem. Now, coffee, we are at 8 million bags. Maize, milk, everything is moving. There's nothing that we cannot solve if we deal with the weather, irrigation, but also deal with the environment and the peace and infrastructure. The rest will be easy. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, thank you so much. Can we, in a more vigorous way, put our hands together for His Excellency, for his wisdom? Your Excellency, on special days like this, national and international, it's our tradition that you give medal awards to outstanding personalities in our society. And on this note, I would seek permission to invite the Master of Ceremonies for the Chancery, Major General Igumba George, to take us in this almost last segment of our ceremony today.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda and Commander-in-Chief of the Uganda People's Defense Forces, in an effort to catch up with lost time, with due humility, permit me to ride on the protocol you did pronounce a little while ago. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. At this year's celebration, to commemorate the International Labour Day, His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda is pleased to award medals to a number of deserving persons, and to make the noble presentation is none other than me, Major General George Igumba, the Master of Ceremonies for the Chancery, as per established law. Now, therefore, in accordance with Section 3, Part 2 of the National Honors and Awards Act, 2001, His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda has approved the award of medals to 50 persons during these International Labour Day celebrations. The medals are the 50th National Independence Medal, the Long Service Police Medal, and the Honorary Police Medal. The names of the 50 awardees were duly considered by the Presidential Awards Committee, chaired by Dr. Beatrice Wabudea, with Hajat Zamina Malole as Secretary to the committee, under the very able stewardship of the Honorable Minister for the Presidency, Honorable Mili Babirie Babalanda. The awardees have been grouped into 3 distinctive categories. 50th National Independence Medal, 40 of them. Long Service Police Medal, 7 in total, broken down into 2 subcategories. The Long Service Gold, those are the 30 years plus, who are 4, and the Long Service Silver Medal, 20 years plus, who are 3. And last but not least, the Honorary Police Medal, who are 3 in number. Now, the National Independence Medal. The National Independence Medal is awarded to persons in recognition of outstanding service and loyalty to the country from 9th October 1962 to 9th October 2012. And on my list, Your Excellency, is Dr. Sise Chitio Mutuluza, a female of 60 years old who was born way back in 1962. She is a physician, epidemiologist, and medical researcher. She is the executive director of the Joint Clinical Research Center, specializing in HIV/AIDS treatment and management. She did spearhead the development of the Joint Clinical Research Center, state-of-the-art clinical and research laboratory. Over the years, she has overseen the extension of ARVs to districts all over Uganda. Next on the list, Your Excellency, is none other than Mr. Tasushi Suboi, a male adult of 73 years and a Japanese by nationality. Your Excellency, Mr. Tasushi Suboi will be represented for the award by the Ambassador of Japan to Uganda, His Excellency Hidomisto Fukuzawa. Mr. Satoshi Suboi was born on 11th December 1940, and he was posted at Namulonga Agricultural College Resources Research Institute in 2004, where he developed suitable Nerica rice varieties for Uganda with high Nerica rice yielding, early maturing, pest and disease tolerance characteristics. He did champion the establishment of an efficient and strong training regime for researchers, extension staff, and farmers. Next, Your Excellency, is Dr. Ruth Acheng Ochel, who happens to be the Minister of Health and Woman Member of Parliament for Lira City. Dr. Ruth Acheng Ochero was born way back on 11th May 1968. She holds a Bachelor's of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery, a Master's of Medicine in Pediatrics, and a Master of Public Health from Makerere University College of Health Sciences. She also holds a Diploma in Health Systems Management awarded by the Galilee International Management Institute, Israel. She is the Minister of Health and a member of the Board of Directors of the Infectious Diseases Institute. She also served as a member of the Board of Uganda National Medical Stores, the Pharmaceutical Procurement and Distribution arm of the Health Ministry from 2005 until 2016. Dr. Acheng is an experienced seasoned leader who has spearheaded the sector's response to public health emergencies such as Ebola, Marburg, and COVID-19 pandemics. Next is Professor Pontiano Kalevu, a male adult of 62 years, born way back on 2nd June 1960. He is an internationally recognized scientist who has made significant contributions to science, training many scientists in Uganda and in the region. He has enormously contributed to the development of the Uganda Virus Research Institute. His work has been about an understanding of the HIV virus diversity and how this contributes to disease processes and protective immune responses required to develop a vaccine. He has published more than 330 articles in peer-reviewed journals and book chapters on immunology from 2015 to date. Next on the list, Your Excellency, is none other than Honorable Justice Ruhinda Asafu Nteje, who is a retired judge. Honorable Justice Ruhinda Asaf was born on 17 February 1957. He joined the judiciary service as a magistrate grade 1 in July 1987. He rose through the ranks as chief registrar before he was appointed chief judge, now head judge, of the Industrial Court on 12 April 2014, a position he held till his retirement. He did introduce reforms in the Industrial Court. In addition, he spearheaded the review and amendment of the Labor Disputes Arbitration and Settlement Act 2006, recently enacted as New Amendment Act of 2021, which act has now expanded staffing levels of the court with more judges and court registrars. Next on the list, Your Excellency, is Mr. Richard Dibiarogova, member of the National Social Security Fund, Board and Managing Director. He was born way back on 10th June 1961. He is the Managing Director of the National Social Security Fund, a charismatic and an astute leader who has expanded the number of contributors from few hundreds to now thousands of members. He is very committed to building a formidable institution dedicated to providing social security services to employees in Uganda. In addition, he has gone into ventures that generate huge returns for NSSF, as well as boosting Uganda's economy. Next on the list is Mr. Patrick Ayota, Deputy Managing Director, National Social Security Fund, and Chairman of the New Vision paper. He was born on 26 August 1960. He is the Deputy Managing Director of NSSF Fund. He has been part of the team that expanded the number of contributors from few hundreds to now thousands. Next is Miss Gonza Beatrice, a female adult of 50 years old who was born way back on 7th July 1972. In 2012 to 2013, she joined the United Nations mission in Somalia, and her major work was to monitor and advise Somalia's police officers. In 2018, she became an assessor for the mission service instructor, and she is the only Ugandan female officer training and assessing those to join the United Nations missions in all parts of the world. She has traversed the world and gone to different countries to interview personnel for United Nations missions. She is currently a sergeant, family protection and community officer at Kira Road Police Station. Next is Nwajire Nicholas, a male adult of 29 years who was born on 15th October 1993. He constructed a structure at Kizinda Police Station in Bushenyi District and handed it to Uganda Police Force on 27th December 2021 and is being used as offices for the police officers at the station. He is a promoter of peace and security, patriotic, depicted by his contribution to building structure for police service. Next, Your Excellency, is Airo Eseza, a female adult of 38 years, born on 7th June 1984. She has promoted and supported the girl child by establishing Airo Eseza Foundation, which has greatly contributed to the empowering of women and girls with technical skills in tailoring, soap making, farming, and further training them in entrepreneurship skills to be able to start their own businesses. Next on the list is Miss Catherine Mutenga Kabagambe, a 63 years female adult born on 30th June 1959. She is a trade unionist and registered certified public accountant with over 30 years working experience and strong accounts and finance management skills. Currently, she is serving as a sole accountant on the Makerere University Regional Center for Crop Improvement. Next on the list, Your Excellency, is Elong Vincent, a male adult of 42 years, who was born on 13th August 1980. He is the president / chairperson of Uganda Professional Science Teachers Union, founding senior pastor of Christ Healing Global Ministry, and represents all science in education institutions of the National Council and Negotiation Machinery in the Ministry of Public Service. He has contributed greatly to the organization and empowerment of scientists in the teaching profession and the realization of the Presidential Manifesto for Science-Led Innovation as a primer for Uganda's development. Next, Your Excellency, is Kisache Deborah, a female adult of 43 years who was born on 4th August 1979. Currently, she is the director of Kisache Medical Center and the National Treasurer for the Uganda Scientists, Researchers and Allied Workers Union. Next is Mugeiga Aaron, a male adult of 37 years who was born on 7th September 1985. He is the General Secretary of Uganda Professional Science Teachers Union. Through his good leadership, he has organized over 25,000 union members into the union, hence contributing greatly to workers' rights and social injustice. Next is William Kalema Wilberforce. May his soul rest in eternal peace. William Kalema was born in 1926. He was a top civil servant in the 1960s and early 1970s. He was among the first professionals that took up leadership immediately after Uganda became independent. He served as permanent secretary in the Ministry of Education. In 1963, he was part of the three-man commission that transformed the then East African High Commission into the East African Common Services Organization, which later in 1967 transformed into the East African Community. He is renowned for introducing reflectors for heavy vehicles in Uganda, having visited Germany where he saw them and he came back and introduced them in Uganda. Since then, it became a policy to put reflectors on heavy vehicles, which was later named Kalema policy. Next is Mr. Joseph Mary Mubiru. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Joseph Mubiru was born on 29th January 1929. He joined Kerala, southern India, from where he obtained a Bachelor of Arts honors degree in economics from 1954 to 1959. From 1959 to 62, he attended the New York University and obtained a Master of Arts degree. By 1963, the late Mubiru was briefly engaged by the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa before taking up a position as Assistant Secretary to the Committee of 9 for the establishment of the African Development Bank between 1963 and 1964. In 1966, he was appointed chairman of the Committee for the establishment of Uganda Central Bank, eventually becoming the first governor Bank of Uganda. In recognition of Mr. Mubiru's outstanding contribution to the financial and economic development of Uganda, coupled with the impeccable professionalism he actively fostered towards Uganda's banking industry, the Bank of Uganda organizes annual Joseph Mubiru Memorial Lectures, during which economic, financial, topical issues of the day are discussed by distinguished personalities. Next on the list, Your Excellency, is none other than Reverend Father Damian Grimes. Father Damian Grimes, who will be represented by Mr. Patrick Vitature, Honorary Consular of Australia to Uganda, is a Roman Catholic Mill Hill missionary priest who worked in Uganda from 1959 to 2000, during which period he was the headmaster of Namasagali College from 1967. Reverend Father Grimes witnessed many political upheavals over the period, including witnessing the 1979 war, which ended the regime of Idi Amin. He did not abandon his students to go back to his home country, United Kingdom. Instead, he stayed with his students and protected them to the end. He managed the secondary school in difficult, complex circumstances and gave first-class education to many children, several of whom have risen to senior positions, both in government and private sector. Your Excellency, Right Honorable First Deputy Prime Minister Rebecca Kadaga and Mr. Patrick Vitature are alumni of Namasagal College. He was the chairperson, Education Service Commission, who promoted equal opportunities within the education system of Uganda by encouraging second-class students and those whom society had learned termed as failures to excel. He managed to build the Namasagali College out of an abandoned old port station to a modern college for boys and girls, and introduced an international approach to the Uganda education system, which was later adopted by other schools. Next on the list is Dr. Kanyesige Charles. Dr. Kanyesige is the principal of Unsami's Training Institute of Social Development, which has its main campus located in Impigi district. Dr. Kanyesige has established links with partner organizations to support various programs at the institute, including setting up the Center for Social Justice in collaboration with financial and technical support from the International Institute for Social Studies of Erasmus University, Rotterdam. Next is Haj Dr. Sebowa Issa, a male adult of 53 years, born on 29th December 1969. He holds a doctorate of philosophy in business management of the Atlantic International University, USA, Masters of Science, Accounting and Finance of Nkumba University, BBA of Nkumba University, and postgraduate diploma in teaching and learning in higher education. He is an academician and farmer who introduced his community to farming of improved mangoes, coffee, and oranges by donating seedlings through his own initiative. Your Excellency, next on the list is Ms. Reste Tibwamulala, a Principal Officer 1 with Uganda Prisons Service. The officer enlisted into service on 2nd February 1984 under Iganga District Local Government as a parade instructor. She served at Uganda Prison Kakira as officer in charge in 2005 and later added extra responsibility of Deputy District Prisons Commander Jinja in 2006. While at Kakira Prison, through personal initiative, she spearheaded the expansion of the prison ward to its current capacity and then closed the prison with steel wire mesh. Next is Ms. Amuge Florence, number 4077. The officer enlisted into the service on 11th December 1981. She has served in barracks and Secretary Makshon Bay, Prison Training School, Prison Headquarters in Luzira. Florence is a long-serving staff with a clean record of service of 41 years, which has earned her the recognition. Next is Ms. Atim Ruth Ogwal, number 4087. The staff enlisted into the service in 1981. She's very hardworking, trusted, disciplined, and dedicated officer who served as a famous radio operator, trainer, and reception clerk. Next, Your Excellency, is Commissioner of Police Nwabine Lawrence, who joined the force in 2004 as a cadet assistant superintendent of police and rose in ranks to the current rank of Commissioner of Police. He is a disciplined traffic officer who upholds the ethical values of the force and a vanguard of community policing in traffic and road safety campaigns. Next is Assistant Commissioner of Police via Mugisha Benedict, who joined the Uganda Police Force in 2001 as a cadet assistant superintendent of police. He's the acting Commissioner of Police Research, Planning and Development. As a researcher and statistician, he has demonstrated the ability to handle sensitive emergencies and precarious assignments with a lot of resilience and humility. Next is Superintendent of Police Nakitio Jane, who joined the force as a probation officer in 2002. Since her enlistment, she has served in different capacities. Currently, she's at Police Senior Command and Staff College Webaja as a directing staff and course coordinator. She's a passionate and seasoned trainer who has contributed greatly to the shaping of most police officers at different levels. Next is Superintendent of Police Okedi Stephen Okwi, a male adult born on 11th February 1974. He joined the police on 2nd February 1996. Currently is the Director of Music in the Uganda Police Force, a position he has held for the last 4 years. Next is Mr. Mwasa Balam, who was born on 4th November 1981 and began working for the government of Uganda as an accountant back in 2009. He is dependable, responsible, resilient, selfless, and this has always made him the first choice for any supervisory role whenever need arises. Next is Assistant Superintendent of Police, retired Kalema Morris Claudis, who joined the police in 1980 as a probationer police constable. He worked in various stations and roles, including the African Union Mission in Darfur, where he was commended for a job well done. Next is Assistant Inspector of Police Diabazeire Monica, who joined the police force in 1987. She is self-driven, committed to work, and does not need close supervision. Next, Your Excellency, is Assistant Inspector of Police Shabe Hassan, who joined the police in 2001 and has worked in different areas, including in the first contingent of AMISOM in Mogadishu, Somalia, a job he performed with excellence because of his expertise in mechanics and driving motorized vehicles. He leaves behind an illustrious history of commitment, professionalism, ethical and outstanding performance with extreme reliability. Next is Assistant Inspector of Police Kisembo Jacqueline, who joined the police force in 1990, and she has worked in different districts across the country. Presently, she's at Kira Road Station, where she works as in-charge traffic investigations. She is a self-sacrificing, hard-working, and reliable officer when performing her duties. Next is Special Police Constabulary Odoch Ronald, who joined the force in 2011 as a sportsman. In 2014, he won a silver medal in the Kigali Rwanda Gorilla Open Taekwondo Championship. Next, Your Excellency, is Brigadier Wrong, is RO number 08590, Brigadier General David Kamugisha, who was born on 19 September 1973. Next is Resistance Officer number 0823, Colonel Edward Richard Mutawe, who was born on 25th November 1973. Next is Resistance Officer number 07945, Colonel Emmanuel Ayuk Ewama, who was born on 1st December 1968. Next is Resistance Officer number 08096, Colonel Christopher Tumwine, who was born on 25th May 1966. Next is Resistance Officer number 08184, Colonel Deus Kachiga Taremwa, who was born on 15th October 1971. Next on the list, Your Excellency, is Resistance Officer number 08550, Colonel Milton Ntarushoche Katarinyeva, who was born on 7th August 1972. Next, Your Excellency, is Resistance Officer Veteran number 00555, Colonel Fred Mulugwe, who was born on 23rd March 1964. Next on the list is Resistance Officer Veteran number 02538, Colonel Chitata David Magambo, who was born on 30th March 1969. Your Excellency, the last category is the Long Service Police Gold Medal and Silver Medals, awarded to police officers with long service record of 30 years plus, with untainted record and uninterrupted service to the force. The 4 officers have been considered for their loyalty, zeal, dedication, and commitment in service of the Republic of Uganda. And the 4 in this category of gold are Inspector of Police Namukwe Jen, Inspector of Police Bavamunsi Jime, Assistant Inspector of Police Abot Santa, and number 44649, Sergeant Nyawere Aida. The next, which is awarded to police officers with long service record of 20 years plus, with untainted record and uninterrupted service, are Assistant Superintendent of Police Twinamasko Erison, Assistant Superintendent of Police Rusam Davies, and Assistant Inspector of Police Asekenye Faith. Your Excellency, the very last category of 3 officers is the Honorary Medal. is awarded to civilians who have shown unwavering support to the Uganda Police Force programs in respect of community policing, donations, improved welfare, and operations. This award, Your Excellency, goes to Dr. Kagoda, SP. Next, Mr. Hassan Nginya Saidi. And last but not least, Mr. Mugarura Benon. Your Excellency, that marks the end of my presentation. I thank you for your kind attention and unequaled patience for God and my country.
Distinguished guests, let's put together our hands for the medalists of today. Your Excellency, time has come to hand over to the parade commander.
Musabe audio tutandike. Tutandike interview. Okay, leta camera. Yeah? Okay. Okay, let me start. Audio. Wow, mala. Yes, a very good afternoon to you tuned into UBC TV. We thank you so much for following. What you are witnessing on your screen, the national colors are leaving the Independence Grounds, Kololo, and that is the ceremony that is held to officially see them off. It is a very interesting ceremony, and that brings us to the end almost of the whole event, where we have joined the rest of the world to officially celebrate the International Labour Day here at Kololo Independence Grounds nationally. And the pickups there are taking off to where the national colors are kept. My name is Michael Jordan Lukomwa, and we are moving towards the end of the event. I want to talk to two ladies here, senior officers in the Uganda prisons and the Uganda police, who have been awarded medals today. We also joined government to recognize them. Afande Amuge. We have a colleague in newsroom called Charlotte Amuge. So I'm glad to see her namesake. Congratulations.
Thank you.
For how long have you served in the prison?
I've now served for 40 years.
How would you describe the 40-year journey as a prisons officer?
It has been a long journey, and I've learned a lot.
Okay.
Characters of people, criminals, I can now judge a person before even he is taken in.
Okay. You can look at a suspect or prisoner.
I think he has done it. He's guilty.
How do you tell that? Just briefly.
The statements. I take his statements and I get to know how the statements go. Okay. So that one I will automatically know that.
Many prisoners say, many of them, there are those who are good, there are those who are bad officers. How is that? Which one have you been?
We are custodians who are good people, officers. Our work is to keep the prisoners.
What next after this milestone?
They become good citizens as they go and join.
I mean, you, after this milestone, what next?
After this, I hope to continue.
Okay. Wish you all the best. Another one has joined us, Fande Tiwa Mulala. Yes. Congratulations on being awarded a medal. Okay. For how long have you served?
I've served for 38 years.
38 years. How would you describe the journey as a senior prisons officer?
I don't mind about the journey because when you are called by your bosses, you have to move and go.
No, I mean the journey of 38 years. How would you describe it?
It wasn't easy, but somehow I've simplified it. I'm saying it is very easy because when you be patient in the service, nothing can defeat you.
Okay, what would be your message to the young officers that look up to you?
I encourage them, those ones who are joining and retiring, leaving the work, going somewhere else. They should be patient like me.
I wish you all the best, Afande. Afande Byabazaire, congratulations on receiving this medal.
Thank you, sir.
How do you feel that you have been recognized? How does it feel to be recognized like this?
In fact, I'm very happy. My happiness has never happened ever since in my life.
Really?
Yeah.
This is your best day in life. For how long have you served as a police officer?
I've served the Uganda Police Force for 35 years.
Wow. That is how old I am.
Yeah.
Okay. Where did you start? What police post did you start with?
When I trained from Masindi, I was posted at Jinja Police Station, Central Police Station. Yeah. Where I was posted there in 1988, 1st April. Yeah. And I served from Jinja up to 1993, when I was transferred to Kawempe Police Station.
How have you managed? We hear people saying police officers are paid little and things like that. How have you kept there with the little pay that we hear?
You see, those who say that little pay cannot make you work, those are people who jump here and there. But when you join a department or any company, when you are willing to serve, you can serve.
What would be your message to the young junior officers that are looking up to you, Senior 1?
I'm giving them the message that as they are still in Senior 1, Senior 2, let them study high and aim higher.
No, I'm looking at junior officers, junior police officers.
Junior police officers. I'm advising them to be polite to their bosses, to be polite to their bosses, to be patient, patience pays. Because for me, my first promotion, I got it after 13 years in service. That's when I became a corporal.
What have you liked about police for the 35 years you've been there?
For the 35 years I have served, what I have liked from police, because I have moved in different parts of Uganda, and I have been interacting with the lowest person in the community.
You have liked that?
Yeah, and why I have liked it, I have learned means and ways of how I can stand and support myself.
What have you not liked about police?
What I have not liked, of course, a lot of movements, transfers here and there.
Thank you so much. Afande Namukuve. How many years have you served?
38.
38 years. That is, so you went to police before I was born. How would you yes, I'm below 38 years. So how would you describe the 38-year journey?
In fact, I have been a disciplined woman.
Okay.
That is why I have achieved it. And I'm appealing to all police officers, even juniors. You have to be disciplined before you reach on this stage. Because I just passed in through the ranks of corporal, sergeant, head constable, station sergeant, all of them, before they promoted me to inspector.
Okay.
So I'm appealing to those juniors, as you have said, that let them be disciplined, let them follow the procedures of police.
You are a mother, I know.
Yes.
How have you managed police work and family? You have transfers and things like that.
Yes, you have to balance. You have to balance.
How have you balanced yourself?
I have balanced because I need the work and even the family mother. As a mother, I have to combine them.
That is a challenge. How do you advise mothers that are handling work and family?
They have to balance. They have to look for good babysitters.
Thank you. Afande, I wish you all the best. Afande Namukuve, the other name?
Jane.
Afande Namukuve Jane. Afande Abot, congratulations.
Thank you.
How many years have you served?
I served, it is now 38.
38 years.
Yeah, I'm going to retire.
Next year you're going to retire.
Yes.
Come close a little. So what plans do you have as you retire?
My plan, what I wanted the police headquarters to assist me. After retiring, they should give me my money. I go and settle.
Okay. Who is supposed to give you that money? Look into the camera. Is it police or NSSF?
It is it is public service. They are supposed to clear me after sending my money, need my papers. They should give me my money after I go and retire. I don't want contract.
Okay.
Because the contract, if I get, after 2 years again, my age will be going up.
What is your other name, Afande?
Woman Abot Santa.
Afande Asanta Abot wants her money because she's retiring next year.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Afande, just a word from you, Afande team.
Yes, please.
How many years?
In the service? 40 years.
40 years. Yes. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
What is your message to the young people that are looking up to you?
They should work hard and join prisons.
Okay, thank you so much, Afande. All the best. Congratulations. Yes, thank you so much for watching. We are still talking to those people that have been awarded medals. We were talking about Father Grimes as the president arrived. Tell us more about the gentleman, about the missionary, and what he did to Uganda that we recognize him today.
His was a life of full sacrifice. A man who was so committed to Uganda, and he sees all the students who went through Namasagali, yes, even today, as his children. Those are the only family he ever had. He came to Uganda as a Catholic priest, committed himself to nurturing young people and making them successful people. Very many of us appreciate going for what we called conference. Every Sunday he had a conference where he would address all the students in the school. And that time has changed our lives.
How would you compare him to the teachers that we have today, especially the current situation in education system where the private sector has taken over? Investors are into the education system. One would say so much looking at the profit. Do we still have such teachers? Can we still get the likes of him?
They must be there. They just need to be supported and nurtured.
How?
You just said now, it is comparing chalk and cheese. Very big difference. Father Grimes brought in the best teachers for every subject. He was so committed to bring those teachers here, teach us the best. Today, the pool of teachers available to the schools is very limited. And it's people who are failing to get good jobs that are settling down for teachers. Whereas in our times, the very best students were the ones attracted into teaching. And that made a very big difference.
Do you see anything missing in the education sector
today
compared to what we have today and your time?
Yes, it's about relevance. Today's education system is so much about knowledge, broad knowledge, but doesn't give you skills that will help you in your life. Doesn't teach you critical thinking enough. He was emphasizing that we must learn to think for ourselves and we must have confidence. That's the biggest thing Father Grimes taught everybody who came out of Namasagali. Confidence, so that you can succeed in whatever you have to do in your life.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vitatur. We thank you so much. I'm going to talk to Ambassador that received a medal on behalf of some other medalists, and please come over. Yes, Your Excellency. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Just face this camera here.
Okay.
Yes, you're receiving this medal on behalf of?
Of Mr. Tsuboi, yes, who has been here from 2004 for 10 years, and he has dedicated his research for rice production here in Uganda.
Okay.
Yes.
So how far is the project that he started in as far as here in Uganda?
Yes, he started from zero, scratch. And he made a research center at Nakuri, okay, at the National Agriculture Research Center. And he started from studying the Uganda climate, etc., and tried to find the best breed for each district. Okay. And I think, and I came here 2 years ago, and I found many farmers who have benefit from his new breed and house. Yes, many. So I think this actually connects directly to the enhancement of the livelihood of the farmers here in Uganda.
Okay.
Yeah.
So who is still hand-holding or driving his project?
Right behind me.
Okay.
So after Mr. Tsuboi left, Mr. Nosaka is the chief advisor at the research center. Okay. Yes. So I think it's better to talk with him about the details.
Yeah. Just a sentence.
Yes.
How far have you taken the project of Mr. Tsuboi, who is being recognized today by Uganda because of the same project? How are you holding it?
Yeah, you know, the Mr. Tsuboi started the activity in 2004. Then we had several activities, several projects. Now our project is called Promotion Rice Development Project. Yeah, so we started 2011. Then now we're in the second phase. So we're trying to support the small-scale farmers, especially. Yeah, so we expect this activity expand to the all over the country.
We were celebrating labor here today.
Yes.
Are you employing Ugandan children in this project? How many of them and how are you handling them?
We are at Nakuri. At Nakuri, we employed about 30 Ugandan staff, including the researcher and casual laborers. Casual laborers more than 50s. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. We wish you all the best.
Thank you so much.
Okay. That is His Excellency, the Ambassador of Japan to Uganda, and he was talking about Mr. Suboi, on whose behalf he received a medal. We thank you so much for watching. My name is Michael Jordan Lukomwa, and I'm with a big team here as we see, we come to the end of this event. His Excellency, the President has left, and other dignitaries, government officials are also leaving. We thank you so much for watching. I would love to thank my cameraman, Mr. Chigozi here, Mr. Jatindi Lawrence, Mr. Brian Mutebi, Mr. Fakul Luwama, Keronga, all the gentlemen that have made sure that we have this broadcast a success. We thank you so much. The people at Broadcast House, we thank you so much for the effort and making sure that this was supposed to be a success. We had His Excellency the President, and his speech centered on boosting the agricultural sector, which will give us more jobs. He looks at 50